Good morning and welcome back to Carolina Carnage 2025 at the T-Ed Garrison Arena in Pendleton, South Carolina. We're back for day 3 of competition here. Yesterday we saw the conclusion of the Tier 1 5 versus 5 men's competition, and today we'll have Tier 2 5 versus 5 continuing, and the 12s, Tier 1 12s, and the ladies competition continuing. We hope you're joining us for the third day, but if this is your first day joining us, welcome in. We still have the live streams from yesterday, and by the way, we have 2 streams going this year. Instead of just switching between what we think is maybe the best fight and the best action we can find, we've got both lists fully covered for you this year. This is the stream for the purple and yellow lists. You'll find a link in the comments for the stream for the red and the blue list. You can open both tabs and keep them both running all day long to follow all the action. And if there's a little bit of a lull or we have a break, you can go back and watch some of the footage from earlier this weekend. On Friday, we had the Duels, as well as the Outrits fights in the evening for Friday night fights. If you happen to check out, and I highly recommend that you do, the blue and red list footage from yesterday, one of the comments has a tagged timestamp at about 1:47:50. I highly recommend you watch the list take out its first opponent unassisted. It is wonderful. Make sure you check it out, give it a thumbs up, and share it with your friends. That fighter, we love him, we're glad he's here. We're also going to recognize the victory of the list field. Well, as we begin, we would like to thank some of our sponsors today. At the bottom of your screen, you'll see Austin Bruce with State Farm Insurance for all your insurance needs in North and South Carolina. Austin is on site with us this weekend as well, giving a little bit of entertainment and some merchandise to our fans. We're proud to have Austin here with us. Also, we're glad to have Age of Craft back. Age of Craft sponsors many of the Palmetto Nights events as well as many of the Buhurt events internationally. I've won a few of their gift certificates myself, and I fight in quite a bit of their armor. I speak very highly of it. Soft Warrior Sparta is here. Sean Fabian with Knyaz USA was very glad to see them. I don't personally have experience, but if he speaks well of it, you know it's good equipment. Buhurt Tech is here. Buhurt Tech has supported us year in and year out, and I have always heard positive things about their products. Mad Axe is here. Always a great reputation as well. Gohurt Medieval is a returning sponsor. High quality equipment for the fighters, as well as Historicum. Always happy to see their support. Always happy to see their equipment being used on the field. We've got a lot of great vendors here this year. The numbers have increased across the board. The number of competitors, the number of staff, the number of tickets sold. Pre-order tickets broke records this year. We've also expanded the festival side of the event for the spectators. Last year we had, about a dozen vendors and activities going on that weren't the fighters. Now we're over 30, I believe. Some of the food vendors are just incredible. There are some really nice merchandise vendors here. Alba Buhurt Company is here with some wonderful wares. Cellsaurus has their new line of Buhurt legal weapons available on site for fighters to check out. We'll be getting the action started in the purple and yellow list soon. Make sure you open up that tab for the red and blue list. They'll be beginning momentarily. They're loading the field now. We have fighters here this weekend from Italy, France, Poland, Scotland, England, the Netherlands, Canada, Australia, and all over the United States. I had the joy of speaking with the Italian Bastards, the team from, that's their team name. It's not a judgment. That's their team name. They are coming all the way over here to South Carolina to join us this weekend, and I had a chance to talk with them briefly at dinner last night. In addition to the wonderful combat, there's an incredible sense of camaraderie throughout the entire event. As we get things rolling this morning, I'd like to give a big shout out to the wonderful production staff we have up here. Joel is back again doing the best work. Dex is back and we're glad to have him. Greg is returning again, a staple, a steadfast podium of support. Dusty is joining us this year, as well as Rosanna. We are glad to have them here and working with us. And we'd like to thank Tiffany and Sherry as well for their support up here in the booth. We'll have some updates for you on the winners from the Duels and Outrance categories from Friday's competition. Taking a look at the purple and yellow list, we have Bastion, one of the South Carolina teams, entering the list from the purple gate in dark blue and gold. Opposite them will be Knyaz Fire in black and red. Bastion had some hard fights yesterday, but came out of their pool to join the elimination rounds. Knyaz Fire, very successful. Up next, we'll have the New Order and the Cincinnati Barbarians. We have just a moment before the action gets started here in the purple and yellow list. If you wouldn't mind, if you're joining us in the chat, or even if you're just watching along, please hit that thumbs up button to get this content out to new folks. There was an interesting exchange yesterday in the blue and red chat. There was a chatter that got in there that seemed to be trolling at first, indicating that this may be a LARP that would affect one's celibacy. And by the end of it, it looked like he had been converted. So we're going to need your help. Get those eyes on this, watch that chat, and make sure they understand that Buhurt is love. Chris, thanks for cheering on the Barbarians. Raina, glad to see you here for Bastion. And here we go, round one of day 3 of competition. First contact on the near side list. Hard shots coming in. Looks like Dylan is bringing that two-handed sword back out. Definitely a fan favorite. Hard shots raining down, drawing that fighter into their backfield. We'll see if they can capitalize and they get some axe shots in. Knyaz, no stranger to backfield fighting. Always have good runners on their teams. Their brother team, Knyaz USA, placed second in Tier 1 5 versus 5 men's yesterday in a hard-fought final against Dominus. Still 5 versus 5. It looks like we're mostly in 1v1. Got a couple of, we got a 2-on-2 going on the left side. One Knyaz down, Bastion up. One Bastion down, 4-4. A hard axe shot to the hip. A big kick. They're trying to drag down, and it looks like a couple of more Knyaz down, and that's 4-1 Bastion. A great showing, round one, for the South Carolina team. Bastion branched off of the Palmetto Knights, the host team for this. We were discussing yesterday the way the sport grows is very much like a tree that branches rather than a house plant that is cut off in sprigs and planted in other areas. We're still part of the same Buhurt family, and it's, to me, interesting being around the sport this long to trace the lineage of teams back. And we're glad to have Bastion in South Carolina with us. Madison, thanks for cheering on Knyaz. Ruben, we would love to have you here. If you can't join us in person, we're glad that you're joining us on the stream. And we hope to see you next year in person. All right, and here we go for round two. Both teams a little conservative. Not a crashing engagement yet. Knyaz pushing the line a little deeper on the far side. Bastion pushing back. Still a measured engagement so far. I would predict that Knyaz is really looking to take a cross list run and take out someone or get in the backfield. It's generally their technique, but that's a quick trip on a Bastion runner. It's 5-4, Knyaz up. One Knyaz fighter lost a weapon, runs back to retrieve it. Attacked by Dylan. Hard shot in the back, 2-on-1 on the side. Bastion still standing strong. Still 5-4. And now 4-4. One Knyaz fighter down on the right side. Some action in the center of the list. Good trips. They're working their way to the edge. A Bastion fighter trips and falls off a failed takedown. It's 4-3 Knyaz. Those down fighters, if you're new to the sport, they have to stay right where they fall, and they are now furniture and obstacles in the list. 3-1 versus, no. We've got a 2-on-1 in the far left corner and 2 1-on-1s. We'll see. We'll see if a Bastion fighter can break away. A hard rip in the corner, but Bastion still standing. Oh, and it looks like Bastion took out 2 Knyaz fighters in that far left corner. It is 2v2 at the moment. Both piled in the near side left. We got marshals. Looks like maybe someone was gripping the blade of a weapon. Possibly, maybe not. Marshall's keeping a good eye there. It looks like Knyaz has their backs against the list, and one of the Bastion fighters may have either dropped a weapon or chosen to switch. Now that Knyaz fighter pushing away from the list, hoping to get out into the field. But Bastion pushing back hard and down. It's 2-1 Knyaz. Be interesting to see if Knyaz attempts to continue to grapple or work strikes. And Bastion is down 2-1 Knyaz for round 2. That means we're going to round 3 in the first fight of Sunday's competition. Still waiting for some final numbers, but it looks like we're breaking attendance records here as well this weekend. For the spectators, we are certainly higher than we were previously for the competitors. Now this should be the deciding round. We only had one draw yesterday, and it still didn't push us to a round 4. So we'll see what this next round holds. I doubt, just statistically unlikely to have a tie out of this. So up next we'll have the New Order and the Cincinnati Barbarians. If you're in the chat joining us today, make sure you give a shout out for your team that you're cheering for or individual and where you're cheering from. Laughing Storm, thanks for the shout out. We're doing our best to make sure the stream is good and everything is accessible to fans, whether they can be here in person or not. Again, a measured approach. Initial push by Knyaz, working in the backfield. We've seen so far that a numbers advantage, these two teams are absolutely willing to even one another out. And it looks like we have one Knyaz down, 5-4 Bastion. And a Bastion fighter trips over that down Knyaz fighter. It's 4-4. Wait. And it looks like a trade in the corner. Marshall making sure that other fighter stayed down. It appears to be 3. No, that's 2-2. Marshall's ruling a Bastion fighter was down. Back to the 2-2 we saw in the last round. It looks like each pair waiting for backup from the other. Oh, a hard axe shot coming in. He's looking for his target, and I think he'll... Oh, some hard shots coming into the hip of that other Knyaz fighter. And that's a trade. It's 1v1. We are now in draw territory. In open field. A two-handed axe versus axe and mace, it seems. And will it be? Marshals are watching closely. It looks like he may be braced against the list. Knyaz on top at the moment. We'll see. And Knyaz takes the round. The last bout, 1-0. Hard fought by both teams. What a fight. And up next, we have the New Order fighting out of the Purple Gate and the Cincinnati Barbarians fighting out of Yellow. Laughing Storm, thanks for supporting the New Order from St. Louis. Raina, thanks for cheering from North Carolina. While we have a moment, we'll try to review some of the Duelists winners from Friday's competition. Men's Shield, first place was Nicholas Homa. Second place was Greg Fisher. Third was DeAndre Cyrus. All incredible competitors. I fought with at least two of them, and they're always solid competition. Women's Shield was first place went to Shoshana Shellum. Second was Heather Sanner, and third, Katie Bowman. Women's Shield Open Division, first place was Freya Seymour. Second, Sandy Alterman. Third, Hunter Crawley. Men's Buckler, first place was Nicholas Homa. He took several gold home. Second was Stephen Galligan, and third, Matt Rayer. Women's Buckler, first place was Christine Napolitano. Second, Elise Ellington, and third, Marie Solier Grenier. I hope that's right. Men's Longsword, first place went to Luca Panetti. Second place, Greg Fisher. And third, Evan Ringo. Women's Longsword, first place was Anna von Vesselborg. Second, Beth Hammer. And third, Katie Bowman. Men's Polearm, first place was Johnny Porter. Second place was Jake Schultz. Third was Ian Webb. Women's Polearm, first place was Catherine McQueen. Second place, Carly Winquest. And third, Kathleen Lim. I skipped over the women's open longsword. I apologize. First place was Freya Seymour, taking home 2 gold. Second place was Danny Shorn. And third, Sandy Offerman. Looks like the marshals and medics may be working with one of the fighters down on the far side of the purple list. We have a small slowdown for that. Hoping they're doing okay. Square Beans, thanks for cheering on the Barbarians. Cutes Forge, thanks for cheering on Knyaz from Kent City, Michigan. We also had some of the Buhurt International 2024 conference champions named last night. And this was based on points earned throughout the year 2024 at Buhurt International sanctioned tournaments. First place was for men's longsword was Brant Hale with the Palmetto Knights. The women's longsword division was awarded to Freya Seymour with Palmetto Knights. Third place, women's shield division, Katie Bowman. Not sure what team Katie's with, I apologize. If you know in the chat which team Katie Bowman is with, let us know. Women's buckler went to Christine Napolitano with Palmetto Knights. And Ian Webb won men's polearm. Though he is with the Wardens, he came from PK and will still claim him. Brandon, thanks for cheering from Omaha, Nebraska. Glad to have you here rooting for the new order. We have that Knyaz fighter up and making his way off. Looks like he's under his own power, maybe a little wobbly, but walking under his own power, and that part is good to see for sure. Madison, you're saying that Katie Bowman is a merc. Well, if she doesn't have a home team, she's certainly showing some incredible training to come out here and win multiple medals as well as a conference championship. Being an independent fighter in this sport is tough. All right, we're getting set up for round 1 for the new order at the Purple Gate in black with purple and green, facing the Cincinnati Barbarians at the Yellow Gate in red and blue. Cody, thanks for being here for the new order. First contact with the axes on the near side list. A little bit of the hesitation on the far side, allowing the larger scrum to work in the near right corner. Now engaging. Two big fighters grappling into the corner. One Barbarian down. It looks like another in the near side corner. Both of these teams fought hard yesterday and did well to make it out of their pools. Another Barbarian down. It looks like maybe 4-2 new order. There may be a 5th new order in there. Yes, it looks like there is. Looks like 5-2 right now. And that's a trade. That's 4-1 in favor of the new order, dominant in the first round. But you cannot count the Barbarians out. No one making it to the elimination can be easily dismissed. Even though we had that short delay for the Knyaz fighter to get checked out and come off the field, thankfully I have not seen any major injuries on the field. Hopefully our medics are very bored this weekend. We want to keep it that way. And we have the Cincinnati Barbarians official YouTube, it seems, cheering their folks on in the chat. Thanks for being here. Here we go for round 2. If you're new to the rules of this sport, these are best of 3 rounds, 5 versus 5. When someone's knocked to the ground or trips and falls, they are out of the competition. That's 5-4 New Order up. The rounds are fought best 2 of 3. So if New Order can take this in 2, they do not have to fight a 3rd round. But Cincinnati has to reclaim round 2 to make it a 3rd. And they're in trouble now. Let's see, that's going to be 4-2 New Order up. A tough spot to be in. Oh, and a hard axe shot. Oh, sitting that fighter down. That's 4-1. That was a hard axe shot. The axeman checking on the Barbarian he hit. And it looks like he may have indicated it hit his inner thigh, possibly. Hopefully not a groin shot. But it may have skipped around armor and been enough to put that fighter down. And they're hugging it out, so no hard feelings. Square Beans, thanks for cheering on your husband. The Barbarians are putting in some hard work out there. We're glad to have them here. Up next, we'll have the Lexington Lycans and the Italian Bastards. The Lexington Lycans entering from the purple side in green and blue. The Italian Bastards will be entering or fighting out of the yellow gate, though it looks like they may walk through the purple one, in burgundy with a blue cross. And that loud slamming sound you hear is one of our executives, Trey, down there making sure the list is in good condition. And let me tell you, he hits even harder with a longsword than he does with a sledgehammer. Carolina Carnage is hosted by the Palmetto Knights, South Carolina's original team. I'm a proud member of Palmetto Knights myself. We've been around since 2011. This is our 9th Carolina Carnage. We also host a very large tournament at Dragon Con in Atlanta, Georgia, Labor Day weekend. To my knowledge, that is perennially the largest Buhurt event in the States by attendance, and that probably rivals a lot of the ones in Europe. Here we go, round 1. Lexington Lycans on your left, Italian Bastards on the right. Italian Bastards bringing out polearms yesterday like they were Italian lumberjacks, and they're bringing them back today, trying to chop down these Lycans. Some hard axe shots in the near side. Big axe shots on the far. That competitor dropped his axe and is trying to retrieve a spare from his belt. When you do not have a weapon, either an axe, mace, sword, or otherwise, your shield does not count. You cannot take aggressive actions, only defensive ones. That's a bad spot to be in, and that's a trade. It's 4-4, both fighters going down and rolling out of the list. They'll stay where they're at for now. A running kick into the corner from the Italian team. Working the sweeps, trying to get that fighter down. Now the runner switching up. One Lycan down in the center. That's 4-3. Italy up. Hard shots in the far left. Those shield punches can often connect much harder than a one-handed weapon strike. Lycans down 1. We're going to have to find a way to even it out. Oh! A hard axe shot in the near left corner, sending that Lycan to the ground. And now those axemen going to work on the Lycans on the near side right. Oh! And it looks like there was a trade at the end with a powerful axe shot, and the Italians take that round 3-1. So also, if you're new to this sport or maybe a little less familiar with the melee rules, if one team outnumbers the other 3-1 or greater, there's a mercy rule that ends the fight there. When it's 3-1, it is very unlikely for that one fighter to come back against that great a ratio. But the injury rate also goes up for that one fighter. So in the interest of safety as well as progressing the bouts, if it's 3-1, 4-1, 5-1, they call the match and move on to the next bout. After a short break, we'll be back for the second round of Lexington Lycans and Italian Bastards. Ryfell asked who let the dogs out, and I believe that was the Baja men that let them out. Good contact on the far side list to tie up on the near right. Lycans needing to take round 2, so they're going to have to work fast. That's one Lycan down, though. 5-4 Italy. A grip over the top. A large mass of chaos in the corner. That looks like a trade. And another Marshals. The Marshal, I believe, would have ruled that fighter down. But since the fight was ending, we're going to watch Josh for his signal. Looks like it was ruled 4-1. The Lycans fighting hard that second bout. Up next, we'll have the Pale Riders and the Berserkers. Ruben, I have it on good authority that the Italians did indeed come here to fight and chew bubble gum, and they're all out of bubble gum. Taking the field now in that kind of brownish, dark purple plum are the Berserkers fighting out of the yellow gate. I'm sorry, my Southern just came out of the yellow gate, not the yellow gate. And on the purple side, we have the Pale Riders in black and dark gray quarter. I'll take just a quick moment to thank Clemson University for allowing us to host Carnage year after year at the T. Garrison Arena in Pendleton. And I'd also like to give a big thanks to Anderson County for supporting this event, making this the largest event for this sport in the Western Hemisphere. Last year's Carnage was the 8th largest for competitors overall in the modern history of the sport, eclipsing even some of the World Championships. See, Ogset, thanks for cheering on the Berserkers. And we've got first contact on the near side. A hard push, and it looks like a few dominoes falling there in the corner. It looks like maybe a mix of Berserkers and Pale Riders. Pale Riders being the second team of the Pale Horse. Hard axe shots. That axeman looking for an opening. That target, Berserker, defending well with that small shield. It looks like we're 3-2, Berserkers up, and 3-1 with a big sweep. That Pale Rider went down, but rising well. What a first round. And these two, they're massive teams. They're big fellas out there for sure. Size is not always a guarantee. Some of the best fighters out here are sub 220. Some of the ones with the most assists and individual takedowns can be very moderate to small overall. Dallas, thanks for cheering on, Dale. Again, if you're new to the sport or less familiar with the rules, each of these 5-man teams can have 8 members. Those extra 3 that are not on the field can be swapped out between rounds to have some fresh fighters, but not a full fresh 5. Here we go for round 2. Pale Riders wasting no time trying to get the advantage for round 2, and they do. They're up 5-4 now. That Pale Rider runner in the center looking for an open target. Oh no, and tripping over his teammate that had just fallen. It's 4-3 Berserkers. And another rider down. Looks like 4-2, and that's the match. Berserkers take round 2, 4 fighters to 2, and that's the match. Up next, we have the Order of the Silver Rose fighting out of Utah against Knyaz Fire. Knyaz Fire defeated Bastion earlier today. This is an elimination bracket this morning for the men's 5s. We'll have the Order of the Silver Rose entering from the purple gate in black and white. Knyaz Fire coming in for their second fight of the day in black and red with the American flag on their right shoulder. Mark, thanks for cheering on the Roses. Roses were big in the chat yesterday. Let's see if their fans have returned today. It's 10:36 Eastern Time. I believe that would put Utah about 8:36. Wake your friends up and tell them the Rose is about to take the field. The Order of the Silver Rose, a hard-fighting team from yesterday. Knyaz Fire can never be counted out. This is going to be an incredible bout. And here we go with round 1. Contact on both sides of the list, but the center's not committing yet. Looking at that, Order of the Silver Rose Center. Looks like the Roses brought one of the Rocky Mountains with them to this competition. Looks like one fighter down in the scrum, maybe Knyaz fire, another Knyaz down. And another down now. Wow, that is 5-2 and 5-1. That's the round. Quick work by the Order of the Silver Rose. Artie McFly, thanks for being here, supporting the Roses. Travis, that looks like a fire supporter. Glad to have you here. Cornish, thanks for joining us again today, cheering for the Roses. And Hopeful Sunset, glad to have you back today. We still have one or two more rounds left for this fight, but up next we'll have the Wardens versus the New Order. That'll be the second fight of the day for the New Order and the first for the Wardens. Knyaz fire. I think is going to have to get a good double team to get those odds in their favor early on. Right now, the Roses just marching down the field to create the engagement. The Roses have a double team in the near side center. Oh, but one Rose down. He slipped off his helmet. We'll see if his partner, and he lost the gauntlet. So when armor fails, they're sat down. It is 4-3, Knyaz fire up by 1. A strange turn of events to get that change. We have the Roses swinging those axe shots in from up top. Those shots are coming in 10 to 12 feet with two hands of power crashing in to Knyaz fire. Looks like they may have caught a leg. That axeman just sniping those shots in. Armor does work. If you've seen the fantasy movies where a fully armored knight gets slashed across the belly and falls, pish posh. Our guys are showing the truth of the matter here. Oh, a running hit in the near corner and a trip. It's 2-3 in favor of Knyaz. We'll see if Knyaz can capitalize on this. Some good shield punches to the ribs. And an axe shot and a head punch. Knyaz down. Knyaz does not see that center coming. A big grapple from behind. It's 2-2. The mass is on the side of the Roses. But there are also some down fighters. He may be able to push him back over one of the grounded fighters. Up against the list now. If a fighter is forced down or out of the ring, they're out. And it looks like the marshal will rule him down. It's 1-1. It's 1-1. Fighting in the corner. Knyaz trying to keep it alive for round 3. Roses trying to finish it in 2 and stay fresh. A hard grapple. Knyaz slips his head out. But the Roses turn it back with a two-handed grapple on that axe. That crossbody grab is hard to escape from. Working to pull him down. This round dragging on. Oh, and a hard shot up top. Knyaz not giving up, standing back strong against the list with a little bit of support, raising his arms up. Looks like he's trying to swim out of this. We may be in draw territory. No, still both standing. Some of the best one-on-one fighting in these fives I've seen. Aggression from both still. Now working the legs in the corner. A hard push and a trade. That's a draw. The second draw I've seen all weekend, and we're going to round 3. Knyaz is still alive. What a round. Both of those fighters have to be exhausted. Hopefully they'll get to alternate out. What a round, folks. What a round. It's good to see folks in the chat cheering on both teams in the round. Let me tell you, if you want to see the best fighting in North America, you've got to watch Carnage in person or join us from the stream. We've got some folks in the arena joining us on the stream to hear the updates coming from the booth, so you can do both. And here we go for round 3. Order of the Silver Rose making first contact with that axe, up 1 round to 0, even though its third round last was a draw. A breakaway by Knyaz, grabbing that large fighter, and it looks like 2, maybe 3 went down. It's 3 on 5. 1 Rose down, and another. And that's the round. Knyaz takes round 3, making it 1-1. They're tied now. The next round should decide it. What a quick round for Knyaz. What an incredible round. It looks like the Roses are switching out as many fighters as they can. They look maybe a little tired in that last round. Now, of course they are. That was an incredible first and second round. Now it's anybody's game in round 3. The order was dominant in round 1. And it went to the very end of a long, drawn-out draw, a hard-fought draw, that is, in the second round, and third was decisive by Knyaz. And if you can see either side of that list field over there, the Berserkers are up, the new order is up. Everyone is watching and cheering on this bout. Marshals doing their last-minute checks, making sure the helmets are on. There was one Rose fighter sat down in the first, I believe, for a gauntlet coming off. And here we go, ready for round 4. I believe this is the first round 4 we've seen, certainly in the purple and yellow list. First contact on the far side. That Axeman looking for his first shot. Knyaz looking to knock a weapon out of a fighter's hand to send him back to the rail. Good tie up and a trade. A second Rose down. It's 4-3 Knyaz. The fire burning brightly this 4th round. Oh, and a hard hit. It's 4-2 Knyaz with a hard head push to that running fighter. It's 4-2. 3-1. 3-1. Knyaz takes round 4 and the match. What an incredible match from both teams. What an incredible sight here today. I could have imagined that to be the championship round for Tier 2. Glad to see both teams well represented in the chat. To our viewer, I cannot read. I think that's Cyrillic. I can't read that, but I'm glad you're here. And cheering on what I would assume would be Knyaz. I agree, Ruben. That is some of the best fighting I've seen all weekend, both from teams switching up opponents, working strategy, as well as the individual fighters. Here we go with the Wardens out of the yellow gate. Their first fight of the day. They're in blue with a white stripe and a sun. On the purple side, we have the New Order in black with purple and green. Chris, thanks for cheering for the Roses. And Travis, thanks for being here supporting Knyaz. We have a little bit of a list field issue, I think, but quickly fixed. We'd like to thank Tidewater for bringing their list field down for us to use as a second list to give you as much combat as possible at Carnage. They've assisted us for a few years now, and we definitely appreciate them. So one of the questions that's come up is why the two different list sizes? Well, first of all, the near side list in the arena is the is the red and blue list. That is from Palmetto Knights, and they set theirs up in a manner that has grown and changed in size and shape over the years, mixing with different regulations and organizations. And the Tidewater has done the same on their side. There are some construction differences, but these are expensive pieces of equipment to build and maintain. So one team having 2 is, of course, double the expense, requiring double the transportation, double the storage for the year, and typically most teams won't need 2 lists at a time. So having a second team to support with their list field is incredible. You'll see up there the New Order and the Wardens greeting one another. Often said and very true, Buhurt is love. Buhurt is also violence. And we're glad to bring you some of that this weekend. Quigley, glad to have you back cheering on the Wardens. I believe that Knyaz Fire is mostly out of the Detroit, Michigan area. I know at least Knyaz USA is fighting out of there. Yeah, Chris, I completely understand. It's tough having the big events that you have to put on yourself without the assistance of that second list. I can imagine parts being crossed over as well. Maybe some that fit one and not other. These are basically custom fit. The PK list, however, I know for a fact is modular. We can make it different sizes, which is nice to accommodate different locations. Usually at Carnage, it's full size, and at other outdoor events, we try to go full size, especially for the 12s later and the all versus all. We're gonna need that big list. It looks as though the Wardens and the New Order, as well as the Marshals, are taking a small pause to watch the action in the red and blue list. If you're not also watching the red and blue list in a separate tab, you can find the link pinned with the comments.
It's a 2-on-1. What a match. With that ball, that round is a draw. We will be moving on to round 3. Round 3 is about to begin. If the Wardens win, they take the match. If the new order takes this round, we will be moving on to round 4.
And we're back on the stream for the New Order and the Wardens. The Wardens took round 1, 4-1. The New Order tying it, well, causing a draw in the second round. So we're going to round 3 again. Already in Sunday's competition, we're seeing more round 3s in our first round 4. First contact on the near side center. Two big teams, big axe shots coming in the center. Runner breaking away. Oh, powerful, powerful shots coming in on that Warden in the corner, but he's about to get some backup. Looks like the Marshals have broken part of it up. Oh, a hard shot to the back of the helmet. Hard axe shots raining in on the far side corner. Looks like Marshall's calling one fighter down. It's maybe looks 3-2 in favor of the Wardens. Working the grapples in the corner. And Marshall's almost stepping in there. Small conversation going on with the Marshals, and we're back to action. Oh, and one of the New Order goes down, making it 3-1 in favor of the Wardens. Taking the third round and the match. Up next, we'll have the Italian Bastards versus Knyaz Fire. So Cornish, thanks for asking. The question is, how many losses before a team is out? And taking a look at the brackets here, it looks like they had a 1-loss first round and maybe a second loss second round. So taking a look at the bracket, it looks like the Pale Horse will be back. And the Marshals are conferring the last bit of information on points there. On the left side of the screen at the purple gate, we have the Italian Bastards. On the right side, Knyaz Fire. They're taking a moment to watch the red and blue list for the women's division. While we have a little bit of a lull in the action, I'm going to give you some updates on the Outrance fights from Friday night. Women's featherweight, first place was Christine Napolitano, second Jordan Cullen. First place for men's lightweight was Nicholas Homa, second place Kenneth Allen, third Ethan Kinsel. Women's light, first place was Shanna Knight, second place Elise Ellington, and third Ashlyn Powell. Men's medium, first place was Johnny Porter, second place Kyle Olson, and third Nathan Kitchen. Women's medium weight, first place was Rochelle Hams, and second Hunter Crawley. Men's light heavy, first place was Evan Ringo, and second place Ben Splitter. Women's light heavyweight, Beth Hammer and Rachel Art. Men's heavy, first place was Brett Skinner, second place Chris Sanner, and third Jackson Wheeler. A hard-fought men's ultra heavyweight, first place went to Pete Moe, second Patrick Hurt, and third Kano Matheson. It's great to see folks in the chat sharing their experience with getting into the sport and encouraging others, finding ways to make it happen. We all have our journey to finding this sport and finding our way into competition. If we choose to compete, there are many roles that are available outside of competition to get people started to acclimate to the sport. I was fortunate enough to be a combatant in a previous sport and get in early with the teams in the U.S. fighting with the Palmetto Knights. So I already had some armor as a base. Let me tell you, if you're not watching the the red and blue list as well on the side, this is some stiff competition. It's hard not to commentate on their match going on. It looks like we'll get the action started here in the purple and yellow list in just a moment. They may be resetting the other list. We'll see. The marshals doing their final checks and gates are closed, getting ready to start round one between the Italian Bastards and Knyaz Fire. A nice bow of respect. And here we go. First contact on the far side list, weapons now. The shields seem to have gotten smaller over the years, more punch shields in the past. This year I'm seeing many more bucklers. I don't know if that's a tactic or if that's just from travel, needing to carry smaller equipment on a plane. Oh, a hard shot, and that hit the list. That one did not. Ouch. Causing that Knyaz firefighter to make a hasty exit, but then returning, not leaving his partner outnumbered. Still 5-5 here. Oh, a hard axe shot and a push from the front. Knyaz, a very mobile team as always. A run from Italy with a knee. Caught from behind, but still standing. Still 5-5, but there's a double team in the near side. It looks like it may end up, nope, they're breaking free. One Knyaz fired, down in the far left. It's 5-4. Hard axe shots on the near center, but blocked with a haft. And we're about to see some axe shots on the near side corner, I believe. Unless that Knyaz fighter can keep the axeman off. Oh, a hard shot to the leg. Ow! One shot, and that Knyaz fighter is down. That axe head had to travel 15 feet to get to its destination. And that white flag you saw flying in is a forfeit flag that was thrown in by the captain, coach, or handler for Knyaz Fire, stopping the fight from outside the ring. Sometimes that is strategic to not wear out the fighters that are outnumbered. First round going to the Italian Bastards. They'll have about 60 seconds to get rested, swap out, and get set for the next round. If you have any questions, shout them out in the chat. Also, let us know where you're cheering from. And while we have a moment, take a second to give us a thumbs up. Let's see if we can get this event trending today. T-Ed Garrison Arena this weekend. There's a second event next door to us, and I believe it's a high school wrestling event. Some folks have walked in our arena, and I think they just decided to stay with us instead. Nothing against high school wrestling, but you're not going to see action like this anywhere else in the country. Cornish, I do believe they are indeed from Italy. I was speaking with Clay Thomas on the Team Bastion yesterday. He said that he fought them in Italy last year. Leonardo, thanks for the clarification, letting us know they're from Turin. We have multiple international competitors here this year. Each year we try to sponsor some international teams to come and share the joy at Carnage. We have fighters from all over the United States. Canada has, I believe, at least 2 teams represented here. Fighters from all over Europe. Of course, the Italian Bastards. We have France represented as well. Round 2 up there. We have, again, a good axe duel going on the far side. Hitting the hand is legal in this sport. They are expected to be armored there. A hard hit to the shoulder. Knyaz still standing, but his weapon is stuck. Looks like he's broken free, but still fighting that double team. A sweep in the near side corner. Both fighters still standing for now. A hit from behind, still up. One fighter down. It looks like that might be Knyaz, fighter down in the near center. A hard hit from the side. 5-4 Italy. Oh, a big axe shot on the Italian, seemingly unfazed. Watching his surrounding. There he goes. He's broken free now. We'll see if he'll be able to back up his teammates or not. Looks like a second Knyaz fighter is down in the corner. 5-3, I believe, Italy. Maybe 5-4. Excuse me, maybe 4-3. It's hard to tell in the mass. Yes, 4-3 Italy. Good axe shots coming into the legs. A push and not a trade. It's going to be 4-2, Italy up. Big axe shots coming in on the Knyaz fighter. Undetoured though. And a trade, making it 3-1. No, that was a double. It's 2-1. 2-1, Italy's still up, but Knyaz still in the fight. A big axe shot coming in. One coming over the top, another. And a stoppage. And that fighter is sat down. I wonder if there was an armor issue. And Italy taking round 2 and the match. Up next, we have the Berserkers out of the purple gate and the Wardens out of the yellow. Ruben is asking how to become a sponsor for next year's event. That's an awesome question, Ruben. The best way is to get in touch with Lawrence on the Palmetto Knights Facebook page. Lawrence will handle all of that or direct you to a coordinator from there. Thank you for asking. Addie, we'd love to have you coming up fighting with Bastion next year. And Ruben, thanks for joining us from Northern Virginia. Ruben, is this your first time viewing Carnage? While we have a moment, and we were talking about sponsors, I'd like to thank our sponsors again. If you look at the lower portion of your screen, you'll see the list down there. I would like to thank Austin Bruce, State Farm Insurance, for all your insurance needs in North and South Carolina. Age of Craft, I fight with a lot of their products, and I'm always glad to see them supporting our events. Soft Warrior Sparta, glad to have them here, along with Buhurt Tech, Mad Axe, Go Hurt Medieval returning, as well as Historicum. Thanks for helping make this event happen and have prizes for our competitors. There was also a costume competition for the festival side yesterday for the spectators here. Denell, thanks for cheering from Colorado. I would also like to take a moment to thank the Buhurt International Board of Directors. They sent 4 folks out here to support this event, as well as all of the Board of Directors from Medieval Combat USA. And here we go with the Wardens in blue and a white stripe against the Berserkers in that kind of plum or brown color. Both teams fighting hard earlier in the day, and a hard hit from behind. One Berserker down, Wardens up 5-4. Quick movement from the Wardens, looking to take advantage. Oh, and a hard hit from behind. Berserkers evening out, 4-4. And a big takedown from the Berserkers, 4-3. That runner taking out 2 so far. Working on his third. Tied up in the corner now. Wonder if anybody will be able to break free to help a teammate. There may be another fighter down somewhere I'm not seeing. It looks like it's 3-2 in favor of the Berserkers now. The Warden breaking away to have some combat in the center. His partner turning to assist. A big sweep and a takedown. It's back 2v2. Wardens have evened it out, and a Warden on top in that grapple. It looks like a Berserker down. It's 2-1 Wardens, but that Warden is standing amongst the legs of that down Berserker. That is a big trip hazard. You can't see well in these helmets. Walking forward, walking back, it's completely impossible to see the ground at your sides. A big grapple from behind. An attempted trade. It failed. It's 1v1. We're in tie draw territory, but we're also amongst those down fighters which have to stay in place. They're fighting on that gate. That gate has swung open during competition a couple of times. We'll see if it can stand up. That Berserker is out of a weapon. Without a weapon, he cannot take aggressive movements. Luckily for him, he's on his side of the list, trying to find an available weapon. And there it is. He's got an axe. So now he can fight back in more than just a defensive stature. Both fighters working a leg sweep, but they're back around the legs of that downed Berserker. Looks like both fighters taking a short breather. This is hard work out there. Stepping back in. The Berserker in the corner, pushing back out against the Warden. A body punch coming in there from the Warden. Even with the armor, the body shots can definitely have an effect. Good grapple over top. With these fighters tiring, we'll see the more tired the pair gets at the end, the more likely a draw will be. This has been a great weekend of fighting some of these competitors competing in the duels and outrunts on Fridays. Yesterday, these fighters fought all day to win their pools and make it to Sunday's competition. So definitely some 3 days of fighting here. Still pushing hard, working for an advantage. Knee coming in. Push on top. Wardens have the leverage advantage. We'll see what he can do with it. The time. And that's a trade. A double, and it goes round one as a draw. What an incredible first round we have here. Ruben, thanks for joining us for your first time. Kevin, we'd love to have you over here. Kevin, are you a fighter, a spectator? Clearly spectating today, but are you a fighter as well? Addie, I completely agree. Ian is terrifying. In a very lovable way. Kevin, if you're interested in fighting at Carnage, make sure to get in touch with Lawrence after this event. We do try to sponsor international fighters and teams to come over and be a part of the event. So get in touch and we'll see what we can do to help you out. We have sponsored Australian teams, English teams. I'm not sure if we're sponsoring the Italian team to get here this weekend, but I sure hope we are to make the travel a bit easier. Kevin, I'm glad to hear that y'all have the recognition you need now to really break out. We'd love to see that happen. Watching this sport grow over the years, obviously my experience has been mainly in the United States, but we went from 6 teams, 9 teams coming to Carnage in the early years, and that was a big deal. It took hours and hours, sometimes a day, for more than just a couple of teams to get together in the United States. In the Southeast, we had 2 or 3 teams going, but now we're to the level that not only are we drawing in folks because it is Carnage itself, but because we are also the national qualifier this year for Team USA to decide who goes to the World Championships in Hungary. Bringing in this level of competition is incredible for our teams and fighters. It's also incredible for the community here. As we've grown an audience in the upstate of South Carolina, we've had folks returning year after year, making it better and better each time. Paul, thanks for cheering on the Matagos.
Time to get this round underway. The Wardens versus the Berserkers.
Here we go for round two. Some of these fighters have got to be tired after that first round. Hopefully those last two fighters got to alternate out. Both teams a little more reserved. Something to keep in mind is there is an eventual time limit for the rounds that we got within just a few seconds of reaching last bout. Here we go. A breakaway Warden. Not getting the takedown, but looking to break away again. Good axe shot coming in from behind. Doesn't seem to have had much effect. A good grapple in the near side right corner. Look like one Warden down. Maybe a trade in the center. It's hard to see. Looks like 4-3. Berserkers up. That's a trade in the near center. It's 3-2. It looks like a Berserker down in the near corner. They may have evened it out. Marshall stepping in for a moment. Looks like they're separating the action in the corner to get them back to work. Now 2v2. A breakaway coming over. a hit. But now he's got an axeman coming at his back. Swapping partners. 2v2 in the corner with a Berserker as a speed bump. It looks like we have a Berserker down. It's hard to see what the tie-up is. 2v1 Wardens. Or no, it's 1v1. That Warden was ruled down by the Marshals. We're in draw territory again, but that's Ian Webb on top, pressing that Berserker down. Will the Berserker hold? No! The Wardens take the round. So close to a second draw. But the Wardens take the round 1-0. We're getting ready for round 3. So we were talking about the number of teams and the number of competitors increasing over the years. Not only has the total number of competitors increased, but the quality has as well. The top fighters then, some are still the top fighters now, but their skills have improved. And one of the great things about this sport is there is a large amount of instruction and tactic sharing between teams. I remember a couple of years ago we had the White Company from UK coming over to help instruct the teams here at Carnage during a little bit of a class, and it was incredible work. I was able to attend a brief 2-day camp down in Atlanta several years ago for duelists. We've had training from Knyaz, the Ukrainian team that came over many years ago to Springfield, Illinois, and helped train us some during the Tournament of Chivalry. All right, and here we go for round 3. First contact up top, near side hanging back, delaying the action, delaying the initiation. Oh, and a hard shot to the gluteal region. But the Warden causing a breakaway to reduce the double team, and one Berserker down. Warden's up 5-4. Quick and furious action. It looks like, no, that Berserker was able to step away from the down fighter and not be tripped. One Warden down on the right side, a trade on the left. It's 3-3. A breakaway Berserker going to help his outnumbered teammate, and a hard hit. Is he ruled down? It looks like the Marshal is ruling him down. That Warden is down. It's 3-2, Berserkers lead. The double team in the far left corner, but that fighter is working to push back. We'll see. They may rule. No, not quite. Not a trip, but there has been a breakaway. And now it's 2-1 in the corner. Warden taking an axe shot there, but his backup coming in now. Hitting hard, headbutt first. Some axe shots raining in on the Warden. No shield to block with. Marshall stepping in for a moment. It looks like, okay, they're cleared now. Still 3-2 Berserkers. Wardens looking to stand against the outnumbered. Oh, and some hard axe shots coming in and a hard sweep. That Warden is going to have to find a taller position to stand in, not be stretched out and hit. But there's a mass in the corner. I don't see many down fighters to trip over. Wardens need to make something happen here, even if they take it to time. Berserkers can still win. Oh, and a Warden down. That's Berserkers round 3-1. And now we will go to round 4. Addy, I'm not sure, which portion of the schedule were you looking at? Is that on the purple and yellow list or the red and blue list? We'll see if we get an answer for you. We'll be ready for round 4 in the purple and yellow list in just a moment. If you're wanting to watch some of the 12s, we have a 12s battle beginning on the red and blue for the women's 12s. Aaron, you are correct. Grabbing the blade of any weapon, the striking surface of any weapon, is illegal. There can be a trapping mechanism. It's possibly a loophole in there, but grabbing with the hand is not allowed to the blade of a weapon. Sometimes, looking at these 12s battles, if a team has maybe 12 or maybe 13 fighters or maybe 11 and they're willing to compete in the 12s, but there have been a drop here or there, they're going to be really disadvantaged. And sometimes some of the other smaller teams will combine to flesh out the 12s. So instead of having maybe 12 teams, we'll end up with 12 fighters and no alternates. Maybe we'll have 12 teams with extra alternates. That may have been what occurred. Up next, after this bout, we'll have Knyaz Fire facing an opponent that has not been determined yet. It looks like Knyaz Fire will fight the losers of this match, and we hope they give them a little bit of a break. Fighting back-to-back is tough. And here we go for round 4. Big axe swing, but that Berserker just very calmly moved his hand. Otherwise unfazed by the attack. Warden runner breaking away. Action starting, a Berserker down. Five, 4 Wardens. Hard hit to the shoulder. Bit of a breakaway and a trade. It's 4-3 Wardens up. A hard hit from behind in the near side right corner. A pulling back drop. Wardens up 4-2. A Berserker breaks away and a hard hit from behind. We'll see if he can help out those odds a bit. But he's got Ian Webb on his back. Some down fighters in that area as well to be roadblocks. It looks like a Berserker's down, and the Wardens take it. The Wardens take it in round 4. What a match. What a match. And the Berserkers, full credit to them, fighting hard for 4 rounds. Hopefully they'll get a break before coming back to face Knyaz fire. And it looks like the Wardens will move on to face the Italian Bastards. That was such a great round. I was checking the scorecard from yesterday to see if the Italian Bastards had fought the Wardens yesterday, but they have not. And that will be our gold medal match, the Italian Bastards and the Wardens. Before that, we'll have our bronze medal match, Knyaz Fire and the Berserkers. So we'd like to thank you for joining us again at Carolina Carnage 2025, our 9th year here at the T. Ed Garrison Arena in wonderful Pendleton, South Carolina. We'd like to thank Clemson University for allowing us to host this great event each year, as well as Anderson County for making this event happen. We've got a great group of sponsors this year. If you take a look at the bottom of your screen, you'll see Austin Bruce State Farm Insurance for all your insurance needs in both North and South Carolina. Historicum is joining us again, along with the return of Buhurt Medieval, Mad Axe, Buhurt Tech, Soft Warrior Sparta, and Age of Craft. Several of the winners are going to be receiving gift certificates for some of these sponsors, and I have thankfully had the opportunity to win a couple of those myself, and it does help in purchasing some equipment. We have a couple of vendors here this weekend that are offering on-field equipment. Alba Buhurt is here, as well as the Cell Swords. The Cell Swords have a new line of Buhurt legal equipment for weapons primarily, and that's really nice to have a United States distributor for that at the event, so you can pick the weapon up, hold it, and feel the balance, and decide if it's right for you. So we're glad to have the Cell Swords here again this year, and with the new line of equipment. Also, we have plenty of vendors here if you decide to join us in person for Carnage this year. There's still some fighting to go on if you're in the area. Also, next year, we plan to grow the festival side of it like we grew it this year, and it's going to do really well with improved food vendors. We have some great ones this year, and other merchants. We hope to expand even further at the arena grounds next year. We are up over 500 competitors and staff this year, up from 450 last year. Ticket sales are well over 500, I believe, for the weekend. We've got a little bit of a break to allow the Berserkers to recover some before fighting Knyaz Fire. Knyaz Fire having a couple of fights in between, as well as being able to rest the entire time that the Berserkers were battling with the Wardens. So far, it looks like the medics have been fairly restful, not too active, which is a good thing. We want to keep it that way. While we have another moment, I'd like to give a shout out to our media crew. The media crew filming and taking photos down on the field, making sure that great action is documented there. We'd like to thank Chelsea, Tim, Jennifer, and Megan for making that happen. Up here in the production booth, we'd like to thank Joel for returning and helping to make this event better and better each year, along with Dex coming back, doing incredible work. Greg back again this year, an incredible competitor himself, one of the early pioneers in the sport, continuing to make this stream happen for our wonderful viewers. Joining us newly this year is Dusty and Rosanna, and we're glad to have them. Tiffany and Sherry are here helping us out up in the booth and around the arena. We couldn't do it without the support of all these wonderful folks. Take a moment to shout out in the chat where you're cheering from. We've had folks from Argentina, from Brazil, all over the United States cheering all along as well. And Supreme Brick is right. You cannot grab your own blade or an opponent's blade. That would be a sword blade, even two-handed, or an axe. You can grab the haft of your opponent's weapon, and you can hook the blade with another part of armor. So if your hand is open and bringing it back this way, that can trap a blade, but it cannot be gripping inward. We've also got a pinned live stream for the red and blue list in the comments, so you can watch some of the action taking place down there. While there's a lull here, you can also open a tab for the red and blue list from yesterday's competition. You can find that on the Palmetto Knights YouTube channel. Yesterday's competition in the red and blue list, there's a pinned comment down there for timestamp 147.50. And the list field got its own confirmed score yesterday, taking out a competitor here. And that's a fun little bit that's definitely going on the highlight reel. Hope you check that out. That fighter is okay, by the way, when you go to see it. Federico, thanks for joining from Argentina. Ruben, I agree with you. The growth of the festival side of this sport, I think, is going to be big. In the United States, a lot of the folks that are interested in European historical activities often center around the for-profit Renaissance fairs around the country. Ohio being a big one near Cincinnati, the Atlanta Ren Fair, the Carolina Ren Fest, and many of the teams, including Palmetto Knights, my team, we go to these events and fight and recruit not only spectators but combatants from a group of folks that are already interested in what it is that we do. So growing that side, I think, will continue to bring in folks with a similar interest. Matt, good to see you, my friend. Thanks for cheering on from Ohio. Patchy, I hope you can be here with us next year. Join us before then if you can. If you're a Duelist competitor, we have Duels on Fridays. The results are up on the page as well, as is the stream of those fights. But if you're interested in dueling, the Dragons Cup happens at DragonCon in Atlanta Labor Day weekend each year. Always a great dueling event. I had the opportunity to fight this year, and we had some really good competition. Nathan Renal was back. Wonderful competitor. Missed him this year at Carnage. Would love to have him. Yesterday we did some interviews with individuals during the intermission for lunch, and I asked each and every one of them who they wanted to call out on the stream to invite them and say, hey, you need to bring yourself to Carnage next year. Make sure you're here for this event. And I want to give a big challenge to my friend Danny at Kelty Crafts. I'm sporting one of his necklaces right here. Danny Wardiger, we've wanted you here again. Come on back and join us at Carolina Carnage. This is my official challenge to you, my friend. We hope you can be here with us next year. Travis, sorry you weren't able to join us this year, but we hope to see you next year. Gladdy, I'll check that schedule and see if I can get you an update on the Playgrats 12s. After that break for the Berserkers to get some wind back in them, that fight will be Knyaz Fire and the Berserkers, followed by the gold medal match, the Italian Bastards and the Wardens. After that, we'll have the Dire Rats in the 12s. The Dire Rats, I believe, are going to be a combination of the Playgrats and either the NYC Rats or some other teams. When we get to the 12s, some of the names of the teams will change if they don't have enough to field a full one under their individual team name. So we seem to be about 3 matches away from the beginning of those 12s with the Playgrats joining in there. Well, hey, Ruben, if you want to shout out that graphic novel with where we can look for its announcement for production, let us know. The folks involved in this sport certainly enjoy media related to it. And to be honest, just to be frank with you and everyone else on stream, most of us are nerds. We accept that about ourselves. We go to sci-fi and fantasy conventions. We go to Renaissance fairs. We dress up in medieval garb, in medieval armor, and we have fun with our weird friends. This is the kind of stuff we're into, so share it out. Again, we're in a lull, a little bit of a pause for the purple and yellow list, giving the Berserkers a break for their bronze medal match against Knyaz Fire. While we have a moment, please take a second to give a thumbs up to this stream. We've got 90 folks in the chat and only 23 thumbs up, and one of those is mine. So make sure you give that thumbs up so we can try to hit maybe a local trending or get a hold of that algorithmic boost. If you're just now joining, I mentioned a moment from yesterday's stream from the red and blue. There was a fellow that jumped into that stream and appeared to be trolling at the beginning, saying this looked like live action Quidditch, that we were ensuring our celibacy. But then you could watch the change happen. He was like, no, wait a minute, this is real? This is for real. These are real hits, real fights. And the change happened, and I think he's going to be recruited very soon. So you can go back and check out the chat for that. Hopefully you can see that. But we're having some good moments in the live stream on both channels today. So, someone in the chat is asking if the Blood Eagles are fighting today. When it comes to the 12s, we've got the combination of teams. I can tell you their names, and we can try to work it out from there. We have the Dire Rats, the Berserk Roses, which seems like the Berserkers in the Order of the Silver Rose. Dire Rats again fighting the Bastard Wyverns. Fire and Blood, I'm guessing Fire and Blood will have the Blood Eagles in it. The Possum Riders, which appears to be a combination of the Awesome Possum and the Pale Riders. We also have another fight in that pool with the Bastard Wyverns and the Berserk Roses. That is going to be a match for sure. Addy, thanks for that update. Looks like we had at least one of those, well, two of those 12 teams drop Bastion and Valor. They may have been a bit short after a hard-fought morning in the 5s.
The Berserkers and Knyaz fired to the purple and yellow list. Berserkers to the yellow list. Knyaz fired to the purple list. and gentlemen, this is the men's 5-on-5 melee bronze medal match. In the purple gates, we have Knyaz Fire. In the yellow, the Berserkers. Whoever wins this match gets to go home with the shiny bronze medal.
And we're getting ready to start the first round of the bronze medal match. Knyaz Fire fighting out of the purple gate on the left side of your screen. And the Berserkers fighting out of the yellow gate. That is a great question. I'm not sure where the Berserkers are from. Let's see if we can find that out for you. And here we go with the hugs. The hugs start first. Often stated, certainly that Buhurt is love. We may be out here trying to bash our friends in the head with axes, but we certainly don't want to hurt them. Hogsett, thanks for the update. The Berserkers may be a bit of a merc team, a mercenary team put together by either independent fighters or fighters from teams that weren't able to field a full team of their own. Maybe there weren't enough spots to join an open team, so they conglomerate a team of gypsies and vagabonds. The beatings are out of love, Travis. That is true. After this round, we will be going to the Italian Bastards versus the Wardens for the gold medal match of men's fives, Tier 2. This has been a great weekend of competition at Carnage 2025. There have been a few warnings. There have been a few small moments of medics, but it looks like all in all, it's run steady so far. Let's see how it goes. We're getting a little bit of direction from Larry down on the floor. We'll see if they're going to start both at the same time or give the Berserkers a little more time to rest. Looks like the marshals are stepping in to do their checks. Hopeful Sunset, thanks for the update about them being a roster team. Here we go. First contact on the far side. Knyaz in the backfield, but being monitored by that Berserker. Each team looking for a breakaway. Mild contact so far. Knyaz breakaway. Can he find a target? Contact intensifying in the far right. A trade early on, 4-4. Pile in the corner, no falls. 4-4. That Berserker working to strip a weapon from Knyaz. Not successful yet. Looks like a Berserker down. That's going to be 4-3, Knyaz up. Two on two in the near side right corner. 2-on-1 high up. Breakaway to even the odds. Do-si-do your partner. And one Berserker sat in the corner, not sure what that was about, but it's 4-2, Knyaz up. Big pile in the corner, a hard shield punch. A Knyaz down, and there it is, 3-1. Knyaz fire takes round one. Eric asking about the Wendigo fight. Wendigo wrapped up their 5 versus 5 competition yesterday. I'm not sure what team they're fighting on in the 12s. We have the Dire Rats, Berserk Roses, Bastard Wyverns, Fire and Blood, Possum Riders. They may have mixed in with one of those teams. A little bit of a break, swapping out some alternates. Looks like a Berserker going over to greet his opponent. Maybe a short discussion with a marshal in the corner. Eric, if I do get an update more specifically on which team Wendigo is on, I'll let you know. Looking around the arena, I'm trying to find their tabard and see if they're lined up with someone, but they're still set up. They could be fighting on the tier 1 side for 12, so that's possible. And here we go, getting ready for round 2 between Knyaz Fire and the Berserkers. Push into the backfield for Knyaz. Marshall's watching the action on the left side of the field closely. A breakaway to retrieve a weapon. Knyaz taking advantage and taking down a Berserker while he was trying to retrieve. 5-4, Knyaz up. Both of these teams determined. There's another fighter down on the left side trying to figure out who that is. It looks like it may be another Berserker down. Maybe 5-3 Knyaz. Yeah, it appears 5-3 Knyaz. Something being stopped by a marshal over there. That's a local stoppage. The fight in the near left corner continuing with a trade. Marshal stepping in to separate the one fighter that is free outside of the local. Now all the action is back on. And it looks immediately like someone fell. It's 3-1 Knyaz. Knyaz takes the bout and the round, and with it, the bronze medal. A great effort from the Berserkers. A very good effort that round. And that will wrap up the bronze medal match for men's 5v5 Tier 2. A great series of competitions this weekend. Make sure you have a tab open for that other link for the red and blue list. The 12s for the ladies are continuing there. here we go. Round one of the men's Tier 2 5 versus 5 gold medal match. The Italian Bastards in burgundy and blue. The Colorado Wardens in blue with a white stripe. One Italian down, it's 5-4 Wardens. We've got a cheer happening in the arena for the Wardens. A hard hit from behind, but deflected. Another hard hit on a Warden, still standing. Oh, that Italian swinging that axe to heavy effect as they have throughout the tournament this weekend. Oh, and a flying knee maybe. A Warden down, and will the Marshals? No. Still, oh no, another Marshal, another Warden trips. It's 4-3, it seems. No. Huh. White flag has been thrown in by the Wardens to stop the action. So the Italian Bastards will win that. We'll see what the official score is. As the Marshals discuss and reset. And here we are back for round two. Big axe shots happening on the far side of the list. Jumping grab, but the Italian shrugs him off. A tie up by the two big men in the far left corner. Ian slips his head out. Looks like a trade. No. No, one Italian down. And a hard hit in the near left corner. The Italian hit hard in the face, but still standing for now. And down. The Wardens are up 4-2, it seems. Anything can happen in a gold medal match, but that is round 2. Looks like that scored maybe 4-2. Round 2 going to the Wardens. That means we're going to round 3 for the gold. Nicolo, I'm not sure where you're cheering from, but I'm glad you're here. Looks like the marshals may be giving a warning to the Wardens. I'm seeing a note that it might be shots to the back of the neck that caused that warning. Chill Key West, or Chill K West, thanks for cheering on the Wardens and joining us in the chat. This is an extra long break between bouts. They're alternating. If you're also watching on the blue and red stream, we've got the 12s ladies going down there. And they are alternating fights in each list, so spectators can see each of these elimination fights happen in real time. No, I take back what I said earlier. That was not a warning on the Wardens. It was a warning on the Italians. And they are now down one man to start the match. Wardens starting up 5-4. Looks like someone was removed because of that. We may have had an armor issue. One warden sat down. It's 4-4. Back to even numbers here. A hard double team in the corner on the Italian, working to reap the leg. You can tell the crowd definitely behind the Wardens here. A hard fight grapple in the far center. Oh, and another Warden down. It's 4-3, Italy up. Italy took the first round, Wardens took the second. And a massive axe shot on the far side center. Those Italian axemen really going to work throughout this tournament. Ouch! Shots raining down on the Warden in that near side corner. Axe shots not having the effect they want. They move to a grapple. And he slips. He slips the grapple and free. Still 5-4, it's Italy. Now it's 4-2. 4-2, Italy. And a hard axe shot to the back of the Warden there. And those were some punches to the back of the head, looked like above the neck. Hard pressure on that Warden, 3-on-1. Still trying to remain standing on just one leg, and he breaks free. One of his legs was trapped by one of the Italians. The Warden's desperate to take down one of these Italians. Two double teams, though, not looking good for the Colorado boys, but they are not out. All the effort on the right side of the list right now. A pullback and down. That's the match. That's the gold. Italy defeating the Wardens in round 3. What a match. What a match. The Italians came back from the initial start, down one man. We'll see how it's scored, but I think they started 4-5 and finished 4-1. What a great tournament so far. We've still got more fighting for you coming up. We've still got the men's Tier 2 12s happening on the purple and yellow list on this stream. Up first in the men's 12. I'm hearing an announcement from the floor. There'll be a 30-minute break, and the men's 12s will start on the purple and yellow list. During that time, go ahead and shout out any questions you have in the chat, and we'll try to get to them as quick as we can.
Oh, different drink. I'll load it up for you real quick. I love it.
to the red gate. Wolf Bar to the red gate. Bloody Tail Horse to the blue gate. Bloody Tail Horse to the blue gate. Direct to the purple gate. Master Wyverns to the yellow gate.
All right, and welcome back to day 3 of Carnage 2025 at the T. Garrison Arena. I hope you're back to join us for the men's Tier 2 12v12s. Out of the purple gate, we'll have the Dire Rats fighting the Bastard Wyverns out of the yellow gate. And as a big treat coming up later on, when we have the all versus all. We have so many competitors this year. We're going to have to move that competition out of doors, and the live stream crew right now is working to adapt to hopefully be able to bring you what may be the largest competition by numbers, the largest number of competitors taking the field at once in North America. Hopeful Sunset, that's right, the women's 12v12s and the men's tier 1 12s are going to be on the red and blue stream. Looking over at the left side, it looks like we have a combination of the Plague Rats and the NYC Rats making up the Dire Rats. And obviously the Italian Bastards and the Wyverns for the Italian Wyverns. Or excuse me, the Bastard Wyverns. And here we go. The first bout of the men's 12s, tier 2. Lots of pole axes raining down in the center of the field. It's a meat grinder in there. Oh, one trip. Looks like that's an Order of the Silver Rose fighter fighting with the Bastard Wyverns down. Line still holding fairly strong, but there's some combat in the backfield of the Wyverns. A trade over there in the corner. Looks like the Rats are up by 1. Those down fighters in the background of the Bastard Wyverns are going to be a hazard for them as they push that line back. Looks like one of the Rats are down on the left side. Maybe taking a knee for armor purposes. Not sure on that. Lines seem to be reforming. Good contact in the backfield on the yellow side. One of the Dire Rats down there in that backfield. Fighting seems to have separated out from those formed lines into smaller groups. We got those axemen working. A wyvern going to replace a dropped weapon. Oh, some hard axe shots in the center of the field and in the corner. Looks maybe like they might be trying to reform the lines near the purple gate. Some punishing axe shots coming in. And the marshals make a local stoppage. Not sure what's going on. That may have been a flag thrown in. That may have been a flag thrown in. Not sure. But they're recovering to their feet very quickly. The way we're organizing the stream right now, we have the red and blue list fighting alternately instead of at the same time from the purple and yellow. We've got Greg as the commentator on the red and blue list. So make sure you open up a tab, switch back over to them. They're about to go round 2 in the red and blue list. Well, it seems that they are not going to separate the rounds, and we're going to be heading into round 2 for the Dire Rats and the Bastard Wyverns. Simonetta, thanks for cheering the Bastard Wyverns on. The Bastard Wyverns winning that bout, the first bout, 9-3 over the Rats. We have one rat in the background down. One wyvern down in the back. No, I take that back. That's 2 rats down. Another rat down in the center. The Bastard Wyverns pushing the action back toward the purple side of the list. But the Rats not giving up yet. Pushing deep in, working to get a takedown. And trying to swing the momentum back around in their favor. Oh, a hard hit and knockdown in the back. Rats still outnumbered, but not out of the fight. Some hard axe shots from that wyvern into the rat, and that's the round. The Bastard Wyverns taking the first men's 12v12 Tier 2 match. Up next, in the purple and yellow list, we have Fire and Blood taking on the Possum Riders. Looking at the arrangement near the list, it seems as though Knyaz Fire and the Blood Eagles are set up to take on the Awesome Possums and the Pale Riders. It looks as though Imperium may be joining the Possum Riders. It's hard to tell. We'll have to wait and see.
Domination of Imperium and your home team, the BK Awesome Possums.
We've got the Fire and Blood taking the purple side. And yes, it does look like Imperium is joining in with the Possum Riders on the yellow side. We'll see who's ready first. It looks like purple and yellow will be ready first. Down on the blue and red list, we've got the Wardens and the New Order taking on some green teams, including the Knights of Wakanda are out there. That may be the entire Knights of Wakanda team. All right, our marshal in charge in that ring right now, Josh Waters, getting ready to start the action. Round one, Fire and Blood versus the Possum Riders. Fire and Blood taking the center of the field, pushing action early, working into the backfield. Are the Berserkers fighting with Fire and Blood, just decimating that rear line. Lines are broken down. Folks are falling, axes flying. Local hold called. Looks like we may have an armor issue. That's just local. No, it's global. It's field wide. Field wide. They're holding fights. They're holding the fight. Restarted. Looks like an Imperium fighter may have lost a helmet or other piece of equipment and needed to be evacuated from the field. Not injured, it seems. Bodies flying. This is a great taste of the chaos that we're going to have in the Alls later on. That's a local, nope, a field stoppage. A couple of folks getting a little tunnel vision in there and not seeing the yellow flags. It's easy to do in the big fight. And that round looking like it's going to Fire and Blood. Round one going to Fire and Blood, 9-3. Again, we have a 3-to-1 ratio mercy rule so that it minimizes injury to those severely outnumbered fighters when the likelihood of the tide turning is minimal. We're preparing for round two. Marshals, in these cases, need a little bit more time to make sure that the correct number of fighters is on the field. It's easy to have an extra one out there. Hey Gladys, we're glad you're joining us here and glad you're enjoying the stream. We're doing the best we can with the camera setup this year because we have two separate streams. We have to cover twice the amount with fewer cameras. Big contact in the center. One of the Possums down. Trade in the far side. Lots of action and still happening in the center of the field. But an axe pummeling occurring in the near right corner. Looks like we're close to, that's it. They're stopping this round. Probably 9-3 it seems. Maybe more. We'll see. So the previous round was originally scored 9-3. Now it's showing up as 7-2. This round showing up as 7-2. Going to Fire and Blood. Up next, we have the Dire Rats versus Fire and Blood. They're going to need a little bit of time to rest. It looks like Fire and Blood are already taking the field. After the Dire Rats and Fire and Blood, we'll have the Bastard Wyverns and Possum Riders. Gladys, I agree. Any donations to Palmetto Knights and making Carolina Carnage better, I fully support. While we have a moment, while the marshals do their inspections, I want to make sure to thank again our sponsors for this event. Along the bottom of your screen, you'll see Austin Bruce, State Farm Insurance. For all your insurance needs in South Carolina and North Carolina, Austin was able to join us in person at the event this weekend. I had a chance to talk with him. He had a booth set up for folks to take photos with some medieval equipment and had some State Farm goodies out there. Glad to have Austin at the event. Age of Craft, an incredible sponsor for this and other events hosted by Palmetto Knights. Soft Warrior Sparta, glad to have them. I believe their first year sponsoring Carnage. Sean Fabian commented that their soft kit fit particularly well, which is always a factor when deciding on good equipment. Buhurt Tech is here, sponsoring us year after year. We're glad to have them. Happy to have Mad Axe with us, as well as the return of Gohurt Medieval and Historicum. All of these companies providing great equipment for the fighters. We've got round one going and the purple and yellow lists. Dire Rats fighting out of the purple side in black and red. Fire and Blood also mostly in black and or red. It's a mess out there for the marshals to try to keep track of. Hard axe shots raining in on the near left. Looks like they're taking down a redwood. One rat pushing his way out to go after the axeman. Not content to just stand there and take the shots. A trade, a bit of attrition going on in this first round. And that's the round. We'll see if we can get a final score for you. Numbers going to Fire. Numbers going to Fire and Blood. Both teams resetting. They'll swap out some alternates and get ready for round two. And just a reminder, this isn't all the fighting we have for you today. Once both list fields wrap up, all the remaining fighters on site that are capable of armoring up are going to head on outside to a large open area where we will have the all versus all I think stats are going to look like somewhere near 200 versus 200 for that. We'll have to see the final count, but it's looking pretty good. That's right, Mark. We do see the Silver Roses out there contributing to Fire and Blood. And it was great to see all weekend the support that the Order of the Silver Rose got in the live stream. All the teams were well supported, but it was wonderful to see those from the Roses chipping in. Got to give a shout out to the yellow team out there, the Marshals, working hard all weekend long. Every other team gets a break. That yellow team only gets a break when all the other fighters are resting. Ruben, that's the plan right now. We have over 400 fighters at this event. I'm sure we've lost some due to attrition or minor injuries. And we also have some that are solely duelists, like myself, that wouldn't be competing in the melees. But we are hoping for upwards of 400 competitors. I think if we see anything less than 300 total, I would be very surprised. Round two, starting roughly up top. Hard axe shots from the Blood Eagle. A hold is called, a global hold is called. Unknown what's happening. Unknown what's going on at the moment. We're looking to see if somebody comes off the field. It looked like a possible injury. Held for that. Looks like they're getting ready to restart the action. And they restart it. Fire and Blood looking like they're in the lead here. And that's the round. Fire and Blood winning in decisive fashion in round two. Ruben, you are absolutely right. It will be chaos. And that's the point. During those all versus all, safety is paramount. While they are incredible to watch, safety is a big concern. It's hard to get marshals out there in that chaos to watch for armor failures. In the duels, it's relatively simple. You have more eyes on you than fighters. So if a piece of elbow, shoulder, neck armor comes loose, knee armor comes flapping away, you can get that fight stopped relatively quickly, and you've only got one opponent to worry about hitting it. In the alls, if a helmet comes off in the middle of the scrum, you have to hope that the teammates, as well as the opponents, take notice and take action to protect that fighter. Fire and Blood was awarded that round 12-4. Up next, we have the Bastard Wyverns and the Possum Riders. I'd like to thank again all of the board of directors of Medieval Combat USA for supporting this event in person this weekend. We're so thankful to have the support of that organization, as well as 4 of the board members from Buhurt International here to support Carolina Carnage 2025. A testament to how important this event is, not just in the United States, but as an international competition. Cornish, it's going to be an all versus all, and we're hoping for around maybe exceeding 400 fighters total. Our current staffing for the event is over 500 fighters and staff combined, support staff and others. So we're hoping that we can still field a roughly 200 versus 200 in the all-v-all. To keep in a little bit of perspective, this is an event with over 500 fighters and support staff, with over 500 tickets sold as well. Sure, those numbers are going to be higher when we finish tallying. We'll get back to that comment in just a moment. We've got round 1 starting between the Bastard Wyverns and the Possum Riders. Bastard Wyverns fighting out of the purple gate, Possum Riders out of the yellow. We're hoping that list field holds up. It's done well so far this weekend. I think we've only had the gate bounce open 1 time, but this is the most massive humanity they've seen so far. Cornish, we are hoping to get that all-v-all televised. It's going to be outside of the main arena in a large covered outdoor area, and we are working on some mobile cameras to hopefully get that televised as well. We've got our best folks working on that right now, Joel and Dex, working to make that happen for you. We're going to try to get literally all of the action and not leave a single fight out. The first round going to the Bastard Wyverns, 11-3 over the Possum Riders. We are so glad to welcome international competitors from Italy, France. I heard someone cheering on a German out there. Australia is represented again this year. The Netherlands, Poland, Scotland, and England also fielding fighters at Carolina Carnage 2025. Here we go for round 2. Bastard Wyverns on your left, Possum Riders on the right. One Possum down in the backfield, Imperium fighting with the Possum Riders. Looks like lots of the Possum Riders are down on the left side of the field being chased down near the yellow gate. Marshall's keeping an eye on the numbers. The Bastard Wyverns up considerably, and that's the round. A quick stoppage by, I want to make sure I'm clear on this. Quick as in observant, not a too early stoppage, a very correct stoppage by the Marshals with quick response. Up next. Well, I don't know who we'll have up next. We'll take a look at the brackets and see if they've updated them yet. So we're waiting to see if we're going to have a championship 12s in the purple and yellow list. If you're not already, make sure you open a tab for the red and blue list. We've got great action happening on that channel. We'd like to thank you for joining us. Again, we're not done with the broadcast yet, but we would like to thank you for joining us at Carnage 2025. As a little bit of a reminder on the conference championships for Buhurt International for 2024, these were based on points earned throughout the year at conference tournaments. Men's longsword went to Brant Hale. Women's longsword division to Freya Seymour. Women's shield division, Katie Bowman. Women's buckler, Christine Napolitano. And men's polearm to Ian Webb. All right, and I've got a little bit of a big announcement for you here. I am getting word from our producer Joel that we are indeed set up to do a broadcast of the Alveols outside. It's going to be a different bit of a camera angle. It may be a bit of a mobile setup, but we do have an option available for viewing that.
Once again, folks, we are done with the privilege of the correction. We have received a correction from the captain, and we too still have additional fights having the purple and yellow list. Those of you that relocated, we apologize. But there is more action on the way. Purple and yellow list marshals, please return to your posts. The Wardens with over the fence from the new order to take on the combination of the Cincinnati Barbarians and the Lexington Lycans.
All right, it looks like we have some folks taking the field over there, maybe for a bronze medal of the men's Tier 2 12s. It appears that we have folks from the Possum Riders with Imperium approaching the yellow list, and the Dire Rats coming in on the purple. As these marshals are checking out the fighters getting ready to take the field for this match, I believe that this is going to be a bronze medal match, I believe, for the men's 12v12s in Tier 2. As we do this, I'm seeing the Wardens competing on the red and blue list, and it comes to mind the different team names. The Palmetto Knights are obvious because they're from South Carolina. Colorado Wardens, well, they're from Colorado, but why would the Wardens make sense? Well, the Supermax prison is in Colorado. Maybe that has something to do with it. the Plague Rats and the NYC Rats, that name was chosen by them. We're not calling them rats. I'm not sure, but it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It looks like the Dire Rats may only be fielding 11 fighters. I'm not sure. Actually, it may only be 10. We'll try to get a good clean count for you. I'm only seeing 10 fighters coming out for the Dire Rats. Never afraid to fight at a lower ratio. Yes, that's right. That's one we have. It looks like one of the awesome Possum from Palmetto Knights and one of Imperium standing in the back, not taking aggressive action at the moment. Okay, now they're joining the fight. Those two fighters held back to keep odds kind of even as the match began. But as their teammates fell, they will join the fight in reserve. Some hard axe shots coming in from that Possum. Looks like 4 on 3 now. Now, that looks like it. Maybe 3 to 1, possibly. Yes, 3 to 1. That was a good round. Cornish, the tickets can vary. I'm glad you asked. You can find the ticket prices on Eventbrite. I believe the tickets for Eventbrite are $15 for an adult for a day, and I believe $30 for a weekend pass. There are family tickets available to make it affordable to bring the kids along. The maximum ticket price for the whole weekend for a family ticket is $60, and that currently covers 3 days of fighting for this year's competition. Cannot guarantee that those will be the prices next year, but the place to check will be Eventbrite once Carnage 2026 is available for pre-order. And here we go, ready for round 2. The Dire Rats versus the Possum Riders. Well, they may have changed their name. I heard the floor announcer call the Imperial Possums. Contact in the center. Oh, and a big crash in the top right corner. Numbers look about even, maybe favoring the Dire Rats. 4-3, it seems. Looks like 3-2 now. We're going to assume their new name is Imperial Possums. It's now 2-1 to Palmetto Knights. You can never count out a Plague Rat, an NYC Rat, or anyone from that team. Hard axe shots coming down. Doesn't look like he has a shield to block with. Those are going to be powerful shots coming in on that left arm. Painful shots. Looks, and there's the trip. It's 2-1. Imperial Possums taking the round. And if I'm right, that may have been the bronze medal match for the men's 12s tier 2. And if that's right, we will have the gold medal match coming up between the Bastard Wyverns and Fire and Blood. Up next, we have what I assume to be the gold medal match for men's tier 2, 12v12. We've got the Bastard Wyverns taking the yellow side of the list, Fire and Blood taking the purple side. Fire and Blood made of the Blood Eagles and Knyaz Fire. Looks like there's some Berserkers also on their team. The Bastard Wyverns, looks like they have, of course, the Wyverns, the Italian Bastards. And I believe someone said earlier that some of the Order of the Silver Rose were supporting them as well. Look in that corner. If you can see in the far right corner, that tall Italian in the barbute with the axe, that is just an imposing sight. I did not know we had the third Clegane brother here at Carnage. Marshals preparing their final announcements, getting ready to wave the flag and exit the field to get out of the meat grinder that will be round 1 of this gold medal match. And here we go. Those axes starting to swing right there in the center to begin the action. Looks like a couple of folks in the background down, a couple of bastards down. Maybe some more. Those down fighters in the backfield become obstacles when their line backs up. Pole arms really making a big effect in these 12s, even more so it seems than in the 5s. Couple of Wyverns down in the center. One Knyaz down I see as well. Wyverns retaining or regaining weapons. Looks like they've stepped in. Maybe to do a count. Waiting for the marshals to call the numbers. And they're getting ready to restart. The fight continues for the first round of Fire and Blood versus the Bastard Wyverns. Oh, a hard axe shot in the center, and that's the round going to Fire and Blood. Round 1 to Fire and Blood. We've got the final martial checks happening now for round 2 between Fire and Blood and the Bastard Wyverns. First round going to Fire and Blood for this gold medal match. As an update for the All v All a little bit later, the women's teams will be joining the men on the All v All. During the 12s and the All v All, they are restricting the head grabs, helmet grabs, I should say, to prevent any potential dislodging of helmet that they can prevent. That sound you hear in the background is one of our executives, Trey, making sure the list is in place and doing its job. Again, we'd like to give a big shout out to Spencer and Tidewater for making sure we have that purple and yellow list to keep our action going at a high rate instead of just only having one list to fight from. Thanks to Tidewater, we can keep this action going the whole time. Good contact there, started on the near side by Fire and Blood, pushing their way into the backfield. They were successful last time by getting a couple of early knockdowns to create a minefield of down fighters in the back. I think that played a big role in their victory. That may be what they're trying for now, certainly cutting down the size of the backfield for the Bastard Wyverns. Oh, some hard axe shots coming in. We've got a meat grinder happening over there. It looks like the Wyverns are trying to break out of the corner. Some hard shots happening down there in the near side, though the massive action is happening at the top. Oh, some hard axe shots raining in. Wyverns not taking that, pushing back out, causing a trade for that poleaxe fighter. One of the Knyaz fighters raining axe shots into the corner. They have their numbers right now. They'll see if they can hold them. If Fire and Blood takes this bout, they take the round and the gold. Seems like the Italian Bastards are maybe 4 to 6 as an estimate, 4 to 7 maybe. A hard push there by a Wyvern out of the corner. That Wyvern now down. Numbers solidly in the favor of Fire and Blood. Hard axe shots raining in from the side, and the marshals call it. That looks like that's got to be in the favor of Fire and Blood. Marshals keeping fighters in their places for now, just to verify. Cornish stats right. It is going to be insane for the Alls here. We anticipate this to be the largest single fight of competitors in North America ever. And that indeed was scored 4-1 in favor of Fire and Blood, taking the gold. The Bastard Wyverns, the silver. And the Possum Riders taking bronze. We've still got action happening on the red and blue list. Make sure you have a tab for that open. Don't close this one just yet. We may have some announcements coming up for you ahead of the All v All. All right, and it seems we're going to have on the purple and yellow stream, we're going to be following along with the final blue and red fights. So, on your left at the red gate, we have the Warden Order from the Colorado Wardens and the New Order fighting the Pale Riders and the Wendigo, making up the team of the Bloody Pale Horse. Bloody Pale Horse took the first round. This is round 2. Bloody Pale Horse took it 11-2 in decisive fashion. The Warden Order needing to come back here. Big axe shots happening on the near side of the list, crashing in. A charge mostly repulsed. One Pale Horse in the back. That runner can cause some havoc, and certainly he does already. Bloody Pale Horse holding a couple in reserve in the back. Breaking through into the backfield again is Bloody Pale Horse. That fighter may have, that's what happened. Bloody Pale Horse, one of their fighters in the backfield, knocked down a Warden and lost a gauntlet in the process, so he was called down by the marshals. Quick action happening on the near side of the list. A hard push in to the corner. Takedown of a Warden, far side center. Tough axe shots going into that scrum, chopping away. New Order down. Another New Order down. Pale Horse very up in this circumstance. Marshall's looking at the numbers right now. Still letting the action continue. Two fighters out in the corner. A diving knee to take out a Wendigo. And another two Bloody Pale Horse down. It's 4-1, and the action stops there. We'll see if they count that as a 0 or a 1. Round 2 going to Bloody Pale Horse, and they'll take the match. Up next, we'll have the Wolf Barbs and Dommy Dukes. The Wolf Barbs fighting out of the the red side, and the Dommy Dukes fighting out of blue. Just as a reminder, if you took a break a moment ago, the purple and yellow list appears to be done for the day. So we will be covering the red and blue along with the regular red and blue stream until we switch over to the all v all, which will be outside. I'm sure that there will be a notable break during that time to get all the fighters and crew, marshals, and the live stream staff outside. Hopefully it won't be that long, but it will be some time until we get outside and ready for the all v all. So make sure you stick with us for all the action here at Carnage 2025. So for those of you with us today. While we have a moment between rounds, I would like to get some of your feedback from this year's live stream. In previous years, we've received feedback. Last year, we were trying to switch between lists with commentators on a single channel, trying to follow the action as best we could, switching between lists. Some of the feedback we got last year was that it was difficult to follow the same fight or the fight between rounds or a particular team because not all of the rounds had a camera focus on them. So this year we've gone with the 2-channel route. We have fewer announcers than we did last year, so there's some changes there. We've had some feedback of possibly improving cameras. That's one of the challenges of splitting up and having 2 channels, is we have half the equipment across. We did improve some of the cameras this year, but we clearly still have some room to grow. Any other feedback you have that would help us out with the live stream or the event at large, we're glad to hear it here. We'll have an after action report and share it with the staff and executives to see what we can improve for our viewers next year. Up next, we'll have the Wolf Barbs facing off against the Dommy Dukes. Looking to see who might make up which team for that. If you'd have enjoyed the live stream and wouldn't change a thing, let us know that too. Again, we want to take a moment to thank our sponsors. You'll see at the bottom of the screen there, we have Austin Bruce with State Farm Insurance for all your insurance needs in North and South Carolina. We'd like to thank Age of Craft for being with us again this year, along with Soft Warrior Sparta, Buhurt Tech, Mad Axe, Gohurt Medieval, and Historicum. All of those sponsor suppliers have equipment that's being featured on the field today. I myself have items from Age of Craft. And I need to shop with Buhurt Tech, Mad Axe, and the rest as well. We appreciate those sponsors making this event happen. A record-breaking event so far. We broke records for the pre-order ticket sales over last year. We've broken the record for staff and competitors with over 500 this year. It was over 450 last year. We have international competitors from multiple countries: France, England, Poland, Scotland, Italy, the Netherlands, Germany, Canada, and Australia, and of course from all over the United States. We have teams from Colorado, from Texas. We have Merc teams from compiled from all over the United States. We have teams from Michigan, 2 teams from South Carolina here, as well as others. We'd like to thank Buhurt International's Board of Directors for their support, as well as Medieval Combat USA's Board of Directors for their full support here. We'd like to give a big shout out, and especially those of you that want to watch the all versus all, hopefully 400 folks fighting in that, give a big shout out to Joel and Dex for making that happen. They've been working on that behind the scenes since we found out that that would be occurring, to try to be able to bring you a mobile camera outside of the arena where that fight is going to be taking place. The rest of the folks up here in the production booth, Greg, thanks for coming back again this year, year after year, as well as his lovely bride, Sherry. Dusty and Rosanna, thank you for being with us this first year, as well as Tiffany joining us in the booth to help us out. We thank you so much for being part of this. We've got a great medic staff down there on the field, headed up by our head medic, Glenn. I'd like to thank him for being back every year to help us out, along with the registration staff, making this event well organized. Our hospitality staff is second to none, making sure the staff and the fighters are fed, hydrated, and caffeinated to make it all the way through this weekend. We've got a lot of honors for the fighters this weekend. Palmetto Knights, the home team hosting the tournament, was well represented in the Buhurt International 2024 Conference Championships, with Brant Hale winning men's longsword, Freya Seymour women's longsword, Katie Bowman won women's shield, Christine Napolitano won women's buckler, and Ian Webb, formerly of the Palmetto Knights, we'll still claim him, but he's fighting with the Colorado Wardens there. He took the conference championship for men's polearm. We had Altrits fights and duels on Friday. For Friday night fights, the Altrits winners were women's featherweight. Christine Napolitano was first, Jordan Cullen second. Men's lightweight, Nicholas Homa was first. He took first in the duels, 2 different duels categories as well. Kenneth Allen was second in men's lightweight. Ethan Kinsel was third in men's light. Women's light, first place was Shanna Knight. Second place, Elise Ellington. Third, Ashlyn Powell. Men's medium, first place was Johnny Porter. Second place, Kyle Olson. Third, Nathan Kitchen. Women's medium, first place was Rochelle Hams. Second place, Hunter Crawley. Men's light heavy, first place was Evan Ringo. Second place, Ben Splitter. Women's light heavy, first place was Beth Hammer. Second place, Rachel Arndt. Men's heavy, first place was Brett Skinner. Second place, Chris Sanner. Third, Jackson Wheeler. Men's ultra, first place was Pete Moe. Second place was Patrick Hurt. And third, Kano Matheson. Your duelist winners for Carolina Carnage 2025. Men's shield, first place went to Nicholas Homa. Second to Greg Fisher. Third, DeAndre Cyrus. Women's shield, first place, Shoshana Shellum. Second place, Heather Sanner. Third, Katie Bowman. The women's shield open division, first place was Freya Seymour. Second place, Sandy Alterman. And third, Hunter Crawley. Men's buckler, first place was Nicholas Homa again. Second place, Stephen Galligan. And third, Matt Rayer. Women's buckler, first place was Christine Napolitano. Second, Elise Ellington. And third, Marie Solier Grenier. In men's longsword, first place was Luca Pinetti. Second place, Greg Fisher. And third, Evan Ringo. Women's longsword, first place was Anna von Vesselborg. Second place, Beth Hammer. And third, Katie Bowman. The women's open longsword division, first place was Freya Seymour. Second place, Danny Shorn. Third place, Sandy Alterman. Men's polearm, first place was Johnny Porter. Second place was Jake Schultz. And third, Ian Webb. Women's polearm, first place was Catherine McQueen. Second was Carly Winquest. Third was Kathleen Lim. Earlier today, we saw the finals of the men's Tier 2, 5 versus 5, and 12 versus 12. We'll try to refresh that for you. Taking a look at some of the comments real quick. Thanks, Ruben, for your support of the live stream. And Kyla, thanks for the comment of having separate cameras on each list. I agree. I think that's going to go well going forward. We want to make sure we document the entire tournament for everyone. And I think that'll be the way going forward. So taking a look at the tournament bracket, it appears that the Wolf Barbs have resigned from the tournament, giving a win to the Dami Dukes. And also, a later fight has forfeited to the Knights of Wakanda from the Wolf Barbs, resigning from the tournament. Up next, we'll have the Knights of Wakanda versus Bloody Pale Horse. What a great weekend of competition we've had so far. We can't wait to begin planning next year's Carnage. It's going to be even bigger and even better. I'd like to give a shout out to Yudrik, our merchant coordinator. He did a great job tripling the number of vendors here for the spectators to enjoy. Looking across, I see axe throwing, lots of jewelry, food, and some incredible food by J Mike's. I've had their food at previous events, and again this weekend. Their Scotch eggs were incredible, and I apologize to Dex that he did not get one. We're going to make sure that happens next time. We have some very good pewter and sterling silver jewelry and chalice merchants going on. I believe several other headgear. An archery, it's Appalachian traditional archery is over there. We have Foothill Inspirations, my favorite candle and scent provider. The sellswords are here. As we mentioned earlier, the sellswords have a new line of weapons that are Buhurt legal, approved by the marshals. And one of my favorite things about that is you get a chance to handle them yourself and see what fits your hand, see what weight you like. Now, working based off recommendations is a good thing, and I certainly have bought and will again buy weapons in that fashion, but being able to pick it up and wield it yourself is an extra bonus. I'm glad to see the sellswords here this weekend providing those for us. They can be found at thesellswords.com. We also have some local vendors for the kettle corn and other nice treats that we have here at the arena. I've come to other events here at T-Ed Garrison, and drawing in folks like the kettle corn folks is great because they're here at other events. If we can build a culture around not just the sport here, but if we can kind of tie into fans of other events that occur at the T-Ed Garrison Arena, that would be wonderful as well. Taking a look around the arena right now, it seems as though some of the fighters are gearing up. The ones that may be done fighting, except for the all versus all, look like many of them have geared up and began moving outside in preparation for those alls. Down here at the Blue Gate, we have taking the field. It looks like that's going to be Knyaz USA. Not sure who they're fighting with. But they're working their way over to the list. I don't know if we're going to have the award ceremonies before the alls or after. I would assume after. So we may have two breaks, one to get the fighters and the camera outside for the alls, and then moving back inside for the medal ceremony. It was great to have a couple of interviews, 3 interviews going on yesterday. You can find that on the Purple and Yellow channel live stream on the Palmetto Knots channel for Saturday. The interviews were with Sean Fabian, Jordan, I believe it was Jordan Cullen with the Cincinnati River Sirens, and with the team captain, I believe, from Bastion, Clay Thomas. And it was great to see their different perspectives on the sport and get a chance to ask them some questions. Sean talked about the development of the sport and how folks can get involved. Jordan talked about being new to the sport and her experience in it, encouraging folks in the Cincinnati area to get involved. Across the board, they all talked about the development of recruiting from Renaissance festivals throughout the United States. Again, we discussed how Europe has such an incredible physical history there to draw from, as well as historical societies and historical locations that have their own events that they can meld with and grow from. In the United States, it's a bit different. Of course, our history doesn't go quite that far back, as far as the Europeans in the continent. But from the Renaissance Fest side of things, it brings in people that have a similar attraction to the era, the time period, and so forth. We're glad to have all the extra events going on here and around the country to participate in, to draw from, to recruit from. But Carnage is still the tippy top of the heap. Taking a look at the field, it looks as though the Knyaz fighters left the field. I guess they were preparing, I believe they were fighting with Dominus to make the Dami Dukes. It looks as though the Knights of Wakanda will be taking the field from the red gate opposite Bloody Pale Horse at the blue gate. Looking down there, I see tabards. Some of the Knights of Wakanda tabards themselves. Some, it looks like Ordo Draconis. It looks like possibly an Order of the Silver Rose tabard, I think I see down there. Maybe a couple of independent fighters as well. Sometimes they'll change tabards out to not overlap with the other side too much. On the other side, for Bloody Pale Horse, we have what looks to be members of the Order of the Pale Horse and maybe some of the Pale Riders as well. Joining the Canadian team, the Wendigo. I wonder, I see an emblem on some of the Wendigo shields. If anyone in the chat happens to know this, help me out. The emblem I see on the Wendigo shield is reminiscent of the old Canadian team, the Skullgrims. I wonder if there's any connection there. The red gate is closed, and now is the blue. The marshals doing their final counts, ensuring that no one has too many fighters on the field. Marshal checking if the teams are ready. Marshal pointing out a cup to remove. There we go. And the fight begins. Round one. Knights of Wakanda versus Pale Horse. One of the Knights of Wakanda, DeAndre Cyrus. I've had the pleasure of having a thumb wrestling championship with him at Dragon Con one year. An incredible competitor in or out of armor. Incredibly knowledgeable man as well. We've had some really great panel discussions at Dragon Con, and he is just a wealth of knowledge about combat and a great combatant in his own right. A scholar and a warrior. Here we go, contact, running hit from behind, still standing. All fighters look to be still standing at the moment, although one has gone down. That was from the Knights of Wakanda. And there we go. A marshal had a good eye and sat down a fighter who lost the gauntlet. Looks like one of the Wendigo dropped a weapon, but is back there to recover. Some one-handed axe shots trying to dislodge a weapon of his opponent. Pale Horse in the backfield, working to disrupt and distract from the line. A hard hit coming in from the side. That Pale Horse in the background, taking down one of the Knights. A team up again over there. Looks like slight advantage maybe to Bloody Pale Horse. A lot of fighters down near the blue gate being obstacles to collect other fighters over top of them. And if you think this is bad with fighters littering the ground, wait till we get to the alls. Oh, some hard axe shots raining in on the Knight of Wakanda in the center far side. Oh, straight to the back. That fighter sits down. Doesn't appear to be injured. A pile up on the left side, a bigger pile in the far right. Each one looking for a target. Oh, and a trip, a running trip, and I think that's going to be ratio. Marshals, I think the marshals should check their numbers. The marshals need to check their numbers on this. Bloody Pale Horse is up quite a bit. It looks like maybe 9-3. It could be 8-3. Maybe that's where the number. Maybe that's where it's coming from. And that's got to be the match. There we go. What a round. What a round. Bloody Pale Horse looks to take this first round. Great work by the marshals down there. Lots of eyes on the action now that the purple and yellow list has wrapped up for the day. They can have some extra eyes on the red and blue field. Keep in mind, we are still broadcasting from the red and blue stream as well, with Greg doing the commentating over there. And you can take a look at the goodwill these fighters share when they get back up. They may have just moments ago been trying to hit each other in sensitive parts with hard weapons, but that doesn't mean they're not friends. That was scored 8-2 in favor of Bloody Pale Horse. After this, we'll have the Dommy Dukes versus the Wardens Order. We're glad to have you still with us for this third day of competition. Take a moment in the chat. Let us know what's been your favorite part of the weekend. While we have a moment, I'm reminded of Tales of Carnage Past. It was many years ago. It may have been the first year we had Altrance fights, first or second year we had Altrance fights here at Carnage on Friday night. And Larry's our executive, one of our executives here for this event, and the main coordinator for Palmetto Nights events, and a lot of the North American continent, as a matter of fact. Just a legend in this sport. He would throw things at me if he heard me say that, but I don't mind. I'll take the risk. He's done so much for this sport to make it happen. Well, several years ago, early on in the pro fights at DragonCon, he was marshaling, and I don't think it was a polearm fight, but it was the list they were also doing polearm fights in. Well, it couldn't have been a polearm fight because that was back when they still had a rope across the list for polearm fights. Well, I believe it was a men's medium weight or light heavyweight or heavy fight, and someone was hip tossed. And as the legs swung over the opponent on their way to the ground, it contacted Larry's arm and shattered both of the arm bones, here, the radius and the ulna in the lower arm, breaking them both in half, and he had to go to the hospital and have surgery that night to repair that. He was back by Sunday. He may have been on site for a bit on Saturday, but that's still the worst injury I've seen at Carnage was to a marshal. We're getting ready for round 2 with the Knights of Wakanda and Bloody Pale Horse. I was bragging on my friend DeAndre Cyrus earlier from the Knights of Wakanda. We had a great time doing some commentary together at DragonCon this year for the live stream at DragonCon. If you're a fan of Buhurt, make sure that you subscribe to the Palmetto Knights YouTube channel so you can catch the other events we live stream throughout the year. Sometimes we just upload after the fact, the video taken there, but at big events like Carolina Carnage and the Dragons Cup tournament at DragonCon in Atlanta, we will have those live streamed if at all possible. Here we go for round 2. The marshals clearing the list. And look at that two-handed butcher's knife of a weapon down here on the near side from the Knight of Wakanda. They are definitely bringing out the two-handed axes for this fight. Pale Horse, probably very fortunate to have a couple of extra shields over there. Contact in the near side corner. All fighters still standing, it appears. No, we have at least one down. Knight of Wakanda in the backfield, looking for an opportunity to take advantage of the position. Currently tied up in the corner, not able to take much advantage of being in the backfield. Now the fight moves along the list. Oh, a hard axe shot. Turning, and another to the shoulder. Knights of Wakanda making good use of those extra two-handed weapons and a takedown from behind, checking on that down fighter, and they're both good. Ooh. A careful jump over that down fighter. Looks like one of those axes is stuck in the tabard of one of the Wendigo. Looks like they may have abandoned it to replace it. Marshall setting a couple of folks down. We might have an armor issue, but they're down and covered. Fighting continues. Another Wendigo down. It looks like the Knights of Wakanda have the advantage right now. A hard shot to the back of Wendigo. Let's see. It's hard to tell within the mass. There's a trade on the near side. Oh, a hard shot and a flag thrown in from the Bloody Pale Horse. That ending the round. That means this will go to round 3. First round went to Bloody Pale Horse, second to Knights of Wakanda. And round 3 is imminent. I've asked several folks over the weekend what their favorite part of the event is. Many say the international competition. Many say the intense national gathering that we have here. But across the board, and I'll have to agree with them, it's seeing all my friends. We've got folks that have been working on Carnage since the beginning, others that we've added to the crew since then, and it's always a pleasure to see them year in and year out. After this, we'll have the Dummy Dukes versus the Wardens Order. It looked like the big change in weapon choice last time was the Knights of Wakanda bringing out those big two-handers. And it looks like that's the same tactic this time. The gates are closed. The marshals checking with the fighters, and it begins. Round 3. Knights of Wakanda versus Bloody Pale Horse. Good contact on the far side. Grapples on the near side right corner. A hard push from a Pale Horse. Only one fighter down so far. 12-11. And there's a trade in the center. 11-10. Another Knight of Wakanda down. Looks like a helmet came off. Yes, a helmet came off on the near side. That fighter rolls out. More of the Knights of Wakanda down, a trade in the far side center. It looks like Bloody Pale Horse have the numbers at the moment, but not an insurmountable difference. Oh, a hard axe shot. Let's see if they're, I'm guessing they're calling it on numbers. It looks like maybe 6 or 7-2. The marshals are counting to make sure. Nope, they're still at it. It looks like 5-2. 5-2, Bloody Pale Horse up. And that's the round. Bloody Pale Horse taking round 3 and the match. What a great fight. What a great fight. Up next, we have the Dummy Dukes versus the Wardens Order. And after that, there will probably be a bronze medal match and then a gold medal match for the men's Tier 1 12s. Remember, this is the purple and yellow channel following along. Since our list is finished, we've picked up the blue and red, and we'll be dual broadcasting with the blue and red channel. We're prepped and ready to go. to try and bring you the all versus all after the 12s have wrapped up. The fighters are collecting their weapons and taking the lead of the field, getting ready to load in the next fight. And we'll be back with you in just a moment.
Coming into the blue gates. With all their teams combined, we have the Dummy Dukes. Their opponents coming in the red list. The Wardens.
And we're back for the first round of the Dummy Dukes against the Wardens Order. A quick glance at the field shows several Wardens down already. This is going to be a tough match. In the men's Tier 1 5v5, Knyaz USA and Dominus took first and second place, and they make up the Dummy Dukes. So the first and second place teams from the 5v5s fielding a 12s team. That's a brutal matchup. Marshall's taking a moment to separate. Looked like some armor may have gotten stuck together. And it looked like they won on numbers significantly. So we'll see what that final score is. It's showing up now on the scorecard, 11-3 in favor of the Dummy Dukes. And a fairly quick round compared to some of the other 12s we've seen so far today. We'll swap out some alternates and get ready for the next round. Chris, thanks for checking. Yep, we are still trying to verify that the mobile camera setup is going to work. The idea of the all versus all being an outside thing is a little new to us. We're on the fly trying to make it happen for you. as we're getting ready for this second round. I'm getting assurances that we have the tech ready for the fight. The question is, are we going to have the fighters available and willing to compete? These folks, many of them competed on Friday with the Duels and Outrance, and everyone competed yesterday. Many of them able to follow up today. We'll see if they have the energy to stay in. And a hard crash in the center, wasting no time, no formations, no lines forming, just battle in the center. Hard hits from that Axeman in the middle. One Warden down. A trade in the near side, the far side center. Another Warden down on shots. Hard axe shots raining in on the blue side. That fighter down. Another Warden down. Marshall stopping the action, probably to count. What a fast round, wasting no time. Someone's got a flight to catch. Speaking of which, that could be a limiting factor for the all versus all for the number of combatants, because some of our folks are traveling out of here, even within the states, to get back to work tomorrow morning. Hopefully our international competitors are able to enjoy the states for a little while they're here. I ran into the Italian Bastards team enjoying some of the fabulous fine dining in the area. right, for those of you with us today for day 3 of Carolina Carnage, we've got a bit of an update for you. So the tournament has run long, and we were scheduled to be done at 3 o'clock Eastern time. We are past that now by 20 minutes. We have run out of time for access to the event site. We're having to pack up and get out of here. You can see in the background, the fighters are rapidly working to clear their equipment. Marshals are rapidly working to get the medal ceremony accomplished before we are physically kicked out of the building. Unfortunately, we do not have time for the all versus all today. We're all disappointed in that, but we wanted to make sure that we brought you the best tournament we could all day long, the best action we could all weekend long to get Carolina Carnage 2025 to you, ready to go, and all of the action from both lists. Unfortunately, the all v all will not happen this year, but we want to make sure that we thank our sponsors one more time. A big shout out to Austin Bruce State Farm Insurance for all your insurance needs in both South Carolina and North Carolina. Age of Craft, Soft Warrior Sparta, Buhurt Tech, Mad Axe, Gohurt Medieval, and Historicum. Many of those sponsors returning. We're glad to have you and hope to be back next year for Carolina Carnage 2026. We'd also like to thank the staff at the T. Garrison Arena for giving us a home each year, for Clemson University for providing the arena for us and creating this great environment for us to host the tournament in. In addition to that, we want to thank Anderson County for making sure that the hospitality as well as the recreation in this county is thriving. They're doing a great job. We broke records this year for ticket sales pre-ordered and at the site. Over 500 competitors, which is 10% more than last year. The international competitors from all over Europe, the United States, and Canada. Support from the board members of Buhurt International as well as Medieval Combat USA. I'd like to give a big shout out to our production staff up here, Joel, Dex, Greg, Dusty, Rosanna, Tiffany, and Sherry. We're so happy to have them with us again this year. Some of them returning, some of them new. I'm your host, Sim the Witch Doctor Holloway. Want to give a big shout out to our support staff down there, Amaris, Trey, Larry, of course, Trey and Larry, executives for this event, making it happen year after year. A big shout out to all our marshals, to the support staff making the fights happen off the field through their support of the fighters, making sure they have hydration, making sure their armors are repaired. A big shout out to our armorer that's here year after year, making sure the weapons are in good shape, making sure that the armor is repaired, if possible, on site to keep these competitors at it and with the good fight going. A big thanks to Tidewater for bringing down the list field from Virginia for the purple and yellow channel today and all weekend long. That allows us to bring you extra fights throughout the weekend, and we look forward to seeing how this event is going to continue to grow. We're so glad to have you with us on the live stream. We appreciate you joining in the conversation and giving us the feedback that you have to make sure that the event runs smoothly and we're able to interact with our fans. I agree, Derek. Would love to see that all versus all. Unfortunately, the schedule this year is just not going to allow it. But hopefully we can work that in for next year. Maybe that's the big addition for next year's schedule, to get the time in to be able to complete that. So, one more time, from Carolina Carnage 2025 at the T. Garrison Arena. Thank you to all the fighters. Thank you to all the staff. Thank you for all the support here this year, and we can't wait to see you again next year and at the other events hosted on PalmettoNights.com. We're signing off from Carnage 2025. See you next year.